Good afternoon. It's 5:33. I would like to call the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Sean Levy,
Present.
John Wong, okay, and John Wong, who's not present today.
Thank you very much. For the next thing, we need approval of our agenda. Can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
And I will second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those that are not in favor, say nay. And agenda passes. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes. May I get a motion to approve the minutes from July 6th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
And I'll second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those not, say nay. Motion passes. So the next thing on our agenda is 2A. That's our financial reports for June 2021.
Okay, good evening. As you're probably aware, June is the end of our fiscal year, so we have a lot of activity going on. We receive a sizable equalization aid payment in June. We also book our open enrollment revenues and expenses. We also book our final grant receivables, and we book our summer payrolls. So we're using a new format this month where we'll look at the major categories, but the detail you're used to is in the attached reports. As far as the revenues without grants, please keep in mind that our fiscal year is still being wrapped up. So not all of the entries were completed at the time that these reports were run, and you may see some differences once everything's finalized. So for revenues without grants, we finished the year slightly lower percentage-wise compared to last year, and that's likely due to COVID, but the actual dollar amount was slightly higher. Expenses without grants, we finished the year slightly higher as a percentage of the budget, but we were over budget overall. I think we tried to be conservative, not knowing what COVID would bring this year. So we ended up doing really well. On the grant side for revenues, not all grant revenues were booked at the time that these reports were run, as we were waiting on some releases in the DPI portal for making the claims. So we should end slightly higher percentage-wise compared to last year, and higher actual dollar amount, and that would be mostly due to the ESSER funds we receive. On the expense side, we finished with a higher percentage compared to last year. And just as an FYI, most grants do allow carryover of unspent funds into next year. So while you don't see that we've spent 100%, most of those funds are allowed to carry over. Any questions?
All right, I have no questions. Do you have any? All right, I see that there's a recommended action. So to move approval of the June 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education. Can I get a motion?
Motion that we move the approval of the June 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
I will second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And motion passes. The next thing we have is our budget revenue or revisions for school year.
Great. So we typically look at our budget modifications 2 times a year. We do it once midway in around January, and then again at the end of the year. So what you're looking at here is you can see what was already approved in January, and this is by fund. we're looking at the June adjustments. So for the general fund, Fund 10, we added the educator effectiveness grant and some ESSER funds. Then in Fund 27, special education, we added some additional ESSER dollars, and there were no adjustments in June for our debt service. So for each of these funds, you can see the original October budget, the changes that were made throughout the year, and then the adjusted total. Any questions?
I have no questions. Do you have any? All right, so again, there's a recommended action to recommend approval of the 2021 or 2020 to 2021 budget revisions to the full Board of Education.
I move that we recommend the approval of the 2020-2021 budget revisions to the full Board of Education.
And I'll second. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. The next item that we have on our agenda is item 3A. That's the Executive Director of Human Resources, FTE.
All right. So this is the first time that we are putting forward something that in our new structure. Per our conversations, this is under action, but I'm putting it there to prep the committee that I'm asking for formal action on this at the next meeting, unless discussions lead otherwise. Tonight is to prep the committee that I am wanting to ask the committee to consider adding an 1.0 FTE to our staffing for the purposes of bringing back the Executive Director of Human Resources position. And in part, as I had mentioned in a recent Superintendent's Board update, when I look across the work moving forward in our district, there are certain key positions and key strategies that need to be implemented, one of which is having a keen oversight and through line with our human resources. Currently, the Director of Human Resources is underneath the Executive Director of Business, Finance, Operations, and Human Resources. That is a result of actions earlier in which the Human Resources position was collapsed underneath the Business, Finance, and Operations. Bringing this back really brings a lens back to the idea of the employee life cycle, which is a conversation that we've had at the board level and across our district for the many months over this past year. When we think about a life cycle of an employee, this is the best graphic that I can provide to simplify the conversation. And it really is talking about the idea of how do we recruit, and then all the way through the onboarding process up through their exit, whether that exit is a retirement or a longstanding employee who may have leaves because life circumstances take them out of our area and they just physically can't work here, like a spouse takes a job in another city far away or in another state and so forth. How this intersects with human resources is that, again, we're trying to not silo work, and so having a org chart that has those linear pieces is a little misleading because the work is really networked. When we think about recruitment, all of our jobs from our staff, our hourly staff, all the way up to the superintendent and the board have a hand in recruitment. Part of that recruitment is working with our, in addition to our staff, our communications department in making sure that we get announcements far and wide so that we can pull together a large, diverse pool of candidates for us to bring on board. Once we've selected that candidate, onboarding really is a collaboration, not just with HR, but it's also about teaching, learning, and equity and pupil services working in the whole scheme of bringing a new person into our organization, connecting them to not only the things they need to know to be successful, but the things they need to be connected to grow and thrive in our organization. And that leads right into that long-term development, which intersects with all of our roles. As part of professional learning, we also have to be thinking from a business and finance side of what are those avenues by which we build partnerships with higher ed institutions, as well as the talent that we have on staff already, to grow and develop our staff in giving them new certifications or even additional degrees. As we go through this, we constantly are reflecting and asking questions about of our staff, of their experiences. That all leads to the retention phase of the employee cycle. What are the things that we do to help recognize and honor the work that our staff are doing and hitting those milestones? This goes from everything from the PD to years of service, and as well as recognizing things like national board certification and so forth. Currently, we just renewed our contract with Tracy Shirk, and she, along with the last piece of the employee cycle, really helps to monitor that feedback loop. She gives the board and the administration summary data that she collects anonymously from our staff, and provides us insight into where we're doing well as an organization and retain our staff, and also what are some of the things staff say when they do exit our organization, and how we take that data and re-examine the other phases of the employee life cycle. That is kind of all-encompassing of what human resources is all about. That being said, there is the other half of human resources, which is really about employee relations. So this bolded list kind of teases apart some of the nuances within our district that the executive director would oversee. And that is not only the overall recruitment strategy, but also drilling into our expectations around monitoring and committing to diversifying our staff, addressing our needs for dual language immersion or DLI, as well as strategies to address hard-to-fill positions, which cut across many departments. Again, in that life cycle, looking at our overall hiring process and retention of staff, and nurturing and committing to that diversity, which is something that we've committed to as a board in terms of our overarching goals. But then we also dig down and talk about our partnering and our staffing within our schools. So working with teaching, learning, and equity and pupil services and our building administration in developing an enrollment-driven staffing plan, and working with myself and the BEA on the employee handbook and other issues that stem from employee evaluations. And then finally, and what doesn't get a lot of airtime, but is deeply important to that overall employment life cycle, is the things that happen that we wish wouldn't happen but need to be investigated. So things like personnel investigation, classification, discussions and disputes, benefits, employee assistant programs, and wellness are areas that don't get a whole lot of airtime but are kind of like when you think about assistant principals, they say 10% of your job is discipline, and it ends up being whole lot more than that. Employee relations is kind of like that in that when these things crop up, they take a lot of time and effort and energy and are deeply impactful on the overall experience and climate and culture of a district. And then lastly, being a records custodian, the person who holds all the employee files and receives all the requests for open records. So with that, when I provided a draft of the, or not a draft, but a copy of the Executive Director of Human Resources job description, which kind of outlines even in more detail some of these bullet points. So with that, I'll open it up for questions. Yeah, I'll open up for questions at this point.
All right, Board Member Levy?
So as you described this, this role, currently all these things are being done by who in the organization?
So these roles are being handled by both Ms. Williams and Ms. Armstrong in their two roles as Director of Human Resources and Executive Director of Business Operations, Facilities, and Human Resources.
And the thought is kind of that even with two people, with the other things that they have, that's kind of stretching thin.
It is when we think about where we want to go with our district and thinking through some of the pieces such as overall staff wellness, really digging deep into the idea of the hiring process and retention and a commitment to diversity of our staff. We really want to take a look at pulling that aside, and then it's really the interplay of that role and what is currently Ms. Williams, Director of Human Resources, and making sure that we can delineate a very clear line and say, your strategic work lies here, and this person's strategic work lies there, and together we make sure that all of the work gets done and gets done well.
And then also as a result of the responsibilities that are assigned to the position, this role actually becomes like the people person, the person taking care of the people in the organization, life-changing events, insurance, benefits, under all things related to your employment in the district also.
Correct. This person, as an executive director, does all of that and is a member of who I directly supervise and becomes a key person in the work that I do as a superintendent at the district level.
Thank you.
He actually asked some of the questions I wanted to know about, but the one that I want to know about is what kind of impact is this going to have on our budget for the coming year?
That's a great question. In part, making the ask now ahead of the budget approval, which will happen in late October, this helps round out what that budget's going to be. So it does have an impact because it is an extra FTE, it is an executive director level, and we do have a board-approved recruitment salary range for that level position. But with the budget still being in development, until the budget is approved, this would just be built into that overall budget. And I'm looking in the back and Ms. Armstrong's nodding her head that I passed my pop quiz.
All right. Well, that's all I have for right now. Do you have any more questions for him?
So kind of just speaking to like thoughts in the community, why do we need another executive director position? What does this really do? What is it really aimed at? From the presentation that you provided, and then the questions that I asked, one of the things that I would say is like when we focus on retention and employee satisfaction with their experience in their job and the duties that are planned here. Having someone to focus on that is a benefit that I see. What else would you say to answer that question of why this is necessary for our district at this time?
That's a great question. What I see and as a need for this role at this particular time, when I look at the facets of my role, right, the buck stops with me. Ultimately, if things go well in our district, our staff are well deserving of all the accolades. But if something doesn't go well, all eyes are on me, and I really feel that with our future goals that we've articulated thus far and going into the strategic planning process, having that an individual that has that focus and that dedication on our employees and their well-being and our strategy for bringing new employees into the district, having that person sitting right next to me doing the work is invaluable to me. And I know Ms. Armstrong has a couple of thoughts that she can articulate a little bit better than me.
So I appreciate the question, and I think part of the reality of working with Dr. Keyser on this is when the decision was made a couple years ago to take 2 executive director positions, which was the executive director of business services and the executive director of HR, and put them into one position, which I currently hold. It did a disservice to our district in that there are, 7 departments now underneath me, and getting my true attention and being able to have that level of detail and be involved and be that face is extremely difficult with that scope of responsibility that always has been separate. So I think giving that opportunity and that face back to the district where employees can really have that engagement and not be trying to set time in my jam-packed schedule to get that. I think that would be the ultimate goal, and understanding that we have lost that affect in this district.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Armstrong. So in kind of summary, it's having that dedicated focus that's going to have that leverage and that impact in the work that we have moving forward. So I look forward to the conversations that will happen a month from now. And I know that others that are listening in and will have the opportunity to present to the full board, I look forward to answering any additional questions that they may have as a result over this next couple of weeks.
And then also, just speak a little bit to the educator effectiveness, that role that how that role will play out in this position also.
Excellent. And that's a deeply important piece. Currently, the role of educator effectiveness, and in many districts, the role of educator effectiveness lives within teaching and learning. And so for us, teaching, learning, and equity has that entire span of both professional learning, but then also gets pulled into questions in which when we have staff who are not living up to expectations and have to be put on a plan of improvement, it is sometimes misconstrued that EE is also the plan of improvement. EE is a coaching and professional growth tool. And when staff are put on plans of improvement, the data from the EE process impacts and influences what is written into those plans. Plans of improvement are supposed to be specific and targeted to address things that need to be focused in on. It's not everything that's in EE. And when staff do well, and the intent is for staff to do well in EE or in the plans of improvement, all of that data goes back and informs EE. So having an individual within human resources that is as knowledgeable as Ms. Elliott, who currently does all of our EE training and calibrations and so forth, has an opportunity to be a thought partner in both worlds. So there will still be roles and responsibilities within teaching, learning, and equity, but there will also be responsibilities within HR. And in so doing, we create a much more dynamic system that will benefit our staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions for him? All right. So you said that you wanted to leave this kind of as a discussion item for tonight, correct?
Correct. We, when Ms. Armstrong and I planned this out, we had a timeline of bringing it this month and then formally asking for the motion in the next month in September for the committee to act if they have enough information to do so at that time.
Okay. So since it's a discussion item, I think that the best course of action, since we'll bring this back at the next committee meeting, is that if anyone that is listening that is part of the board, just kind of giving them the opportunity to also send in questions that they might have to you. One thing I'll say is that I would ask that the questions be in by the 31st, giving you a week to actually get the answers that we asked for, if that works for you.
That does. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So that wraps up the discussion of the Executive Director of Human Resources, FTE. This brings us to our meeting closing. So our next meeting date will be held on Tuesday, September 7th of 2021. I'm assuming at 5:30 that night. All right, and now we're to adjournment.
So moved.
And I'll second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, motion carries.
Hi, good evening. If could somebody let me know when everybody is here in attendance, because I know some people may be coming in virtually and some may be arriving in person. I'd also like to welcome you, Senator Ringhand.
Sorry, I was muted. It's hi, Megan. Good to see you.
No, you're good. It's good to see you too. I was just at Vice President Levy. Is anybody there in person yet?
Yes, we have, people are here. Representatives are here. I think we're gonna have them, and we need a minute though, because we're transitioning. And we have guests, public citizens are here also.
Oh, perfect. Great. Well, welcome everybody, and just, somebody give me a wave when we're ready to get started.
All right, Board Member Miller, President Miller, we're ready.
All right, sounds great. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you all for coming this evening. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is 6:02 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Spencer Anderson,
Present?
Maria Delgado,
Present.
Amy Levy, Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
John Huang. and Mr. Wong is absent today.
Thank you very much. That moves us to the approval of the agenda. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, then at this time, I'd like to pass the mic over to our legislative liaison, Board Member Amy Levy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Board President Miller, and thank you again to our legislators. We really appreciate you making time in your schedule to join us this evening, and we're hoping to make this a regular cadence of engagement like this. We're so excited to hear from each of you, but first, so you know who you're introducing yourselves to, I'm going to ask that our board members take a minute. We're going to introduce ourselves. We're going to share our day job, just so our representatives can have an idea of the perspective and context that we might be bringing as we execute the business of the board. Please share your office, if applicable, and any board assignments that you have. So Ms. Miller, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you. My name is Megan Miller. I am a special education intervention specialist at Parkview Junior Senior High School. I am the board president, and I serve also on the governance committee.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Levy, if you would go next.
Yes. Hello, my name is Sean Levy. I'm the principal of Madison East High School. I'm the vice president of the school board, School District of Beloit. I'm on the governance committee, business operations and finance, and I'm the chairperson of the teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services committee.
All right, I will take a point of personal privilege and congratulate Mr. Levy on his new position. Congratulations, sir. Next up, if we could have Mr. Anderson.
Hi, I'm Spencer Anderson. I work as a skydive pilot for Skydive Milwaukee and also work as a flight instructor. So just a board member. I also am vice chair on the business operations and finance committee and also the vice chair on policy committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. Next, if we could have Mrs. Delgado.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for being here with us today. My name is Maria Delgado. I am a board member. I also serve as a clerk for the District of Beloit Board. And I serve on the Oversight Committee and the Policy Committee. My day job, I am the Division Manager for Economic Support. I work for Rock County Human Services Department.
Thank you so much, Board Member Delgado. And again, thank you for making time in your schedule. My name is Amy Levy. My day job, I serve as the Racial Justice Director for the YWCA Rock County. I'm the chair of the Policy Committee. I'm very excited to be a part of this board. All right. So next up, we would love to hear from each of our representatives. And specifically, I'm asking that when you introduce yourself, if you could share some of the work that you're currently engaged in on our behalf that directly impacts our district and our community. We'll begin with Senator Ringhan, followed by Representative Lautenbach, and last but not least, Representative Spreitzer.
Thank you. I believe I've unmuted. Did you verify that I'm unmuted? Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you all for being here tonight. I'm Senator Janice Ringhan, represent the 15th Senate District, which is mostly Rock County, but also parts of Dane, Greene, Jefferson, and Walworth. And in my role in the legislature, I wear many hats. I currently am the Assistant Minority Leader, and I am on the Building Commission. I'm on the Workforce Investment and Economic Development Committees, Financial Institutions and Revenue, and Women's Council, and also on the Financial Security, Financial Literacy Group. So I'm not on any of your education committees, but I do a great deal of work in the economic development and financial literacy area. So right now, we don't have a lot going on in the Senate. It's kind of slow. We have been kind of in a little bit of a dip since the budget's been completed. But there's one project, one bill that I'm working on that I have for several sessions, like 3 or 4 now, and that is Family Medical Leave Insurance Act. And it's very important, especially after this pandemic, for people to realize that people that are sick need to be able to take time off. And if you have a family member who's sick, you need to take time to take care of them. So that's a big bill that we've been working on for quite some time and will continue to work on. And with the pandemic, as I said, it's become much more aware. People are much more aware as to what's happening in that area. But since I'm not on the education board, but I follow it closely, and all budget issues I follow very closely. So we will be watching and seeing what happens in the future. We know everything's not perfect in this next budget, and we know that with the upcoming school year, it's going to be difficult with the increase of the Delta virus. And we will be watching and hopefully follow the science moving forward. So thank you very much.
Senator Ringhan, thank you very much, and thank you for those updates. Representative Lautenbach, whenever you're ready, we would love to hear from you.
Can I take my mask off while I'm talking?
While you're talking, yes.
Good evening. Thanks for the invitation and the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Amy Lautenbach. I am a state representative of the 31st Assembly District, so that includes Eastern Rock and Western Walworth counties. This is my 6th term in the legislature. I serve as the vice chair of the Joint Committee on Finance, so I'm the vice co-chair. I also serve as the chair of the Joint Committee on Information Policy and Technology. I am the chairman of the State Capitol and Executive Residence Board, and I'm a member of the State Fair Park Board. For us, as members of the Finance Committee, we are not generally assigned to any other standing committees because it is so intense, the work that we do, particularly from February to until the budget is signed. And so I'm sure we'll get to talking more about that as we go through the evening. I've had 4 bills this session that have already been signed into law. The first one was to fund pay progression for public defenders. So if you or anyone that you know happens to be poor or indigent and need representation from a state public defender, we were at the point where the pay parity between public defenders and assistant district attorneys was out of line. And so I put the bill forward to get the funding and to put that pay progression step in place so that we could achieve parity. The bill started last session but didn't pass because of COVID, and so I brought that back. I also had a bill signed into law that has to do with open enrollment. And so prior to the bill being passed, if an individual was expelled from school, and this happened in a school district that I represent in Elkhorn. The superintendent and I worked together to get this bill passed. He came to Madison last session and again this session. What happened was they had accepted someone in open enrollment into their virtual school, and the Department of Public Instruction told them they were unable to accept that individual into their virtual school because they had already been rejected from 3 other schools. So the law said you could apply to 3 schools, and if all 3 of those schools said, we will not accept your application, that child did not have any educational opportunities available to them via open enrollment or in any public school. And so I felt like that was really important because what is going to happen to some of those kids if they're expelled, particularly for a long period of time, and the parents think maybe my child can get accepted into a brick and mortar school, and they go ahead and they apply to 3 schools and they are not accepted, again, there are no options. really happy to work with the Department of Public Instruction, work with the governor's office. The bill would apply to any individual, not just expulsions. We thought it might be important. Maybe there were mental health issues or things at home or other things that could be going on. So I'm really proud of that bill. I'm glad that we got it passed. I also had two smaller bills. One was related to State Fair Park and one was related to UW Ag Extension agents. With the teaching directive, so I won't get into the details on that. They're important. They're statewide issue important. And the other two that I'm working on right now, I had a hearing last week. I have a bill related to telehealth and related to free and charitable clinics. So it had a hearing in the Assembly last week. Hopefully we'll get it through the Senate. It's kind of a trailer bill. I did a big telehealth bill last session. And so there were some things that needed to be sort of revisited. That's typical, especially with a big healthcare bill like telehealth. And I'm really glad we got that passed last session because it was very well utilized during the pandemic and it's been very popular. And it's also been something that I know schools are using to get some of their mental health services in the schools. And I've worked with a couple different groups to try to make those connections. Then I also have a bill that's passed the Assembly waiting for action in the Senate on emergency zones. So for our public safety professionals, police, fire, that are out perhaps responding to an incident on the interstate, under current law, they don't have the ability to actually like define their zone they're working in, slow down traffic, or issue any citations specifically for inappropriate, distracted, or being on your cell phone in an emergency zone. So this is sort of other states like Illinois have done this. We've had some deaths and severe, serious incidents and injuries in Wisconsin, and so I've kind of worked with some of the public safety groups to get that passed. So that is my update on my office. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Lautenbach. Representative Spreitzer?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Amy, for the invite and setting this up and the flexibility on getting this scheduled. I know it was a challenge to align everybody's calendars, but very glad to be here and wanted to add, Sean, my congratulations on your new role. That's very exciting for our community and I'm sure for Madison. I am in my fourth term in the State Assembly. I also do not serve on committees directly related to education, but I serve on the Agriculture Committee, Local Government, Campaigns and Elections, and Sporting Heritage. And this session, the Campaigns and Elections Committee has been far away my most active committee, as there continues to be a lot of debate over rehashing the November 2020 election, as well as debate over what our election laws should look like going forward, particularly around different types of absentee voting. And so I've been working there to make sure that all of the different creative options that people might have first used, or at least first got popularized during the pandemic, continue to be available not just for public safety, but for the convenience of voters who might prefer to vote in person or through the mail or dropping their ballot off in a drop box or anything like that. And so wanting to make sure that we keep those options available for folks. And then agriculture has also probably been my other most active committee and certainly the most bipartisan committee. We've tried to do work to work with farmers on protecting water quality, and there was a little bit of progress on some of those issues in the state budget. And I've got some other legislation related to our farmland preservation program that helps keep our farmland in farming and away from development, and also promotes conservation practices at the same time. But you asked, what directly impacts the school district and our community, and certainly the state budget is the single biggest thing every 2 years that impacts our schools and our communities, because that where we put our dollars is what has the most impact. And so while we pass a lot of bills outside of that, that one single bill is the big one. I do not serve on the Joint Finance Committee, so I was not directly part of that process that worked through the budget. I did certainly sit down with Governor Evers ahead of him making his proposal, and I had a number of items that he included in his budget proposal to the legislature. Many of those, unfortunately, did not survive the legislative process. Some of them did. And then I also, worked through the debate as the budget came before the full assembly. So, I got one vote on the budget. I did vote no on it, as I have done on past budgets, because I didn't think it provided enough funding, particularly given the historic surplus that we had for many of our priorities, including public education. I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit more in the discussion, but there was sort of a trade-off between, do we give more money to schools that passes through in the form of a property tax cut, or do we give more money to schools that they can actually spend? And I felt like we had enough money to do both, and unfortunately the vast majority of the dollars are going to be a property tax cut and not dollars that you're able to put into the classroom. And so that was one of a number of reasons why I did vote no on the budget, but I'm also glad that Governor Evers signed the budget, because the reality is that a veto would have likely put us in a position where you would have even less money than you do now. And so, sometimes the symbolic votes we take as legislators are about our values, but the governor has to make the tough decision that, what happens if you sign it, what happens if you veto it. And so I'm glad that we do have a budget, and that as part of that process, the governor line item vetoed some funding that would have gone into our rainy day fund and been locked away. That money is instead available for us to continue to debate what we should do with. So that debate on whether we should put more of that funding into schools will continue, I'm sure, into this fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to transition into a presentation by Ms. Armstrong to give us budget updates and just a few logistical things. When Ms. Armstrong is done, we will give our guest priority. If they have any questions for Ms. Armstrong, we will handle them first. For board members, if you could just put a question mark in the chat after our guests have an opportunity to ask their questions, I will call on you in the order that you appear in the chat. And then we have some questions, individual board members have submitted questions and may have questions that they would like to share. So don't get your question marks confused. Question marks now will be for Ms. Armstrong's presentation. When she's done, question marks after that will be for our legislators. So hopefully I didn't confuse anyone too bad. Ms. Armstrong, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk and just kind of put a highlight on the budgetary issues that face Beloit and some of our circumstances to give some context to today's update. So this graph, whoa, I went too many pages here. How do we, there we go. Okay, this page here is just giving some key financial information for the School District of Beloit. When you're looking at the 2020 enrollment data on the right side of the screen, I would assume it's left if I'm looking at it, I apologize. We had 151 students transfer in through open enrollment and 826 students transfer out, which came to a net transfer of us paying $4.98 million out in open enrollment out. If we take those same in student counts and apply the new rates for open enrollment in and out, we are looking at a $5.8 million transfer out for those students if we don't have any other students come in or out of the district. So the new costs for open enrollment per student are definitely going to play impact for Beloit. Our population, of course, is 71.5% economically disadvantaged. That contributes significantly to our ability to be eligible for the community eligibility program that provides our meals, breakfast, and lunch to all our families. And we are so fortunate that we've been able to do that throughout the pandemic without missing a single day from March of 2020. Our enrollment, this figure, there's three bars representative, and I know there's a lot of confusion on what we count as enrollment, and you'll always hear people reference the head count versus the FTE versus the revenue limit. And I just wanted to quickly explain that because you can see there's quite a variety. You have 6347 is our head count, 7224 is our equalization aid calculation FTE, and our revenue limit average is 7,009. So when we're talking about head count, we are talking about the numbers of students that are enrolled for instruction in our school on the third Friday of September. So those are what commonly people call the butts in seats. That's what we have in our district on the third Friday. The membership, which is the equalization aid FTE, That is the FTE value assigned for each student that is in the school district of Beloit that we use for financial purposes. So every student in kindergarten through 12th grade is counted as a 1.0 FTE, and every 4K student is a 0.6 FTE. So we don't get, even though we have a full-time student and we have our pre-Ks in all day. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not getting that full FTE credit for those students. And then the average for revenue limit takes the 3 years of that membership and averages out. That allows for some smoothing so you don't see those drops in enrollment right away. I also wanted to comment on the fund balance. At this point, the school district of Beloit is at the end of the 2020 school year. We had a fund balance of 24%. We knew that we had added significant reserves to our fund balance due to COVID and not spending the year all the money at the end of last year. We will see that drop slightly with this year as we close out the 21 year because we did spend some of that money coming in and getting our students ready for this year. Okay. What I did want to point out is our revenue limit levy aid. That is 93% of our revenue for the revenue limit is coming from equalization aid. So as Representative Spritzer stated, that money, when the new budget was passed, we didn't get any new money. We got more aid from the state because it's in the form of property tax relief. So when they say they got more money, we're just getting more money from the state, which is impacting what we collect from our taxpayers, which is great news for them, but it isn't any real money or new money for us to work with. So we're still under the same limit of revenue that we can have for what we've been operating under. The increases that we did see that could potentially be beneficial for the school district is the higher reimbursement for students with disabilities. The new budget included $89 million for increased reimbursement, and it also included $19 million for increased investment in mental health. That is both opportunities where the district will benefit from those passing. As we look at this next slide, we start looking at our revenue limit with all of our exemptions. You can see we've stayed pretty consistent until we start looking at where we have been with our percentage of revenue limit that's coming from aid. So you can see that fluctuation of 86% in 16 and going down to up to 93% in 2021. Our aid is truly where we're getting our money from for our property taxes and supporting our district. The percentage of the levy that is used for operational costs versus referendum cost, you see that goes down significantly in 16. It was 69%, and we are down to 28% in the 2021, and that is due to the defeasance that we're doing. We're paying off that operational debt, so we are spending more on operational costs versus the referendum debt. That's where our money is going, is to pay that referendum. Okay. The challenges that are facing Beloit are really the no increase in the revenue limit. That's, as I said, there's no new money to work with. We're still under the same constraints of the revenue limit that we have been for years. That new money is to cover the property tax relief that ensures the district did not lose money, but we didn't gain any money either. The funding with Students for Disability, right now, we did see an increase, but we have inadequate state reimbursements for students with disabilities. This is an ongoing concern. And although they made some progress in the budget, it doesn't sustain the program. 62% of all of Beloit's special education expenditures are covered out of our general fund. So to cover our special education costs, that 62% is coming out of Fund 10, which could be used in those classrooms to cover students with disabilities because the state reimbursement is so low for us and we have a high population. So those are our top two challenges that we see immediate need in Beloit. So at that point, I would like to thank you for letting me speak and welcome our representatives to talk. If there's any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Ms. Armstrong, thank you so much. And to our representatives, I emailed you Mrs. Armstrong's presentation. So if you want to go over that after this evening, we would greatly appreciate that. We'll keep the same order. Senator Ringhand, do you have any questions for Mrs. Armstrong?
Thank you for the presentation. We know that this is such a difficult budget that the funds are just not accessible right now. So we understand that and we share your concerns of struggling with this. So specific questions, I guess I'll just pass on that at this point. But thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lautenbach, do you have any questions for Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes, on the, did you add in there is a provision in the budget for general school aid reductions for independent charter school authorizers? Mm-hmm. So did you factor that is about, do you know the number?
We don't have any, we don't authorize any independent charters, so that was already taken out.
So there's in your, when you get all of your math from DPI and they take out for Milwaukee
Yep.
charter schools?
Yep, there's no deduction for that.
Well, according to the way that the budget was written, there were some sufficient appropriations that were put about, well, I can see, on my chart, it's $1.1 million back to Boyd. So I can send that to you.
Right.
So that's, that's helpful news that is very technical.
Right.
And it may not appear until next year, but it's something that, whenever there's that kind of statewide deduction for
Right, and that,
Milwaukee.
yeah, that won't hit till next year because it wasn't factored in this year's budget.
Right. But
So-
that'll be
Yep.
something that you'll have in the future. And then, do you have your, have you already presented on on the ESSER funds? What's the total ESSER funding for Beloit for the next 3 years?
At this point, the estimated full ESSER funds, if the ESSER 3 funds are approved, we would be about $30 million. That is, as we've always stressed, one-time funding. We can't support operational costs with that ESSER funds. So those are, in our mind, almost insignificant. It allows us to do buildings and get our facilities ready, but we cannot bank on that money. We will have a financial cliff in 3 years when those monies are gone, that we can't support operations based on the ESSER funds. And I know that it is an influx of cash right now, and that will allow us to do some infrastructural changes, but it cannot it cannot give us relief for operational costs in the classroom. It can hold us for a couple years, but that doesn't allow us to plan for a future on a foundation that we can build on.
Right, and so just so you know, that was sort of the rationale from the finance committee is we did significant increases in per pupil categorical aid in the prior budget. So we maintained our commitment, put more money into property tax relief so we could get to that 2/3 state funding. That was something that was a shared bipartisan goal, and then tried to look ahead and and have that, knowing that cliff was coming, so that we kind of put all this money aside and, well, we had put it in the rainy day fund. It's still available. We have reserves so that we can see how this money Because it is significant, the ESSER, I mean, $30
Yeah.
million is significant.
Yes, and probably insignificant is the wrong word to use. However, it is insignificant to us as far as ongoing operational cost. It is a significant amount of money, and it will allow us to do some much-needed infrastructure and instructional work as what it was intended to do. I did not plan to imply that it was not, yes, you know, that's the instructional information that we want to. The concern is that money, from my understanding, in the rainy day fund is not allocated specifically just to schools. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be there for us in 2 years, 3 years, when the next budget comes forward. So banking on that being there is just in our mind as well, planning for that future.
Right.
We've got that financial cliff that's going to be a reality. So we can't count on that or the ESSER money being available after that point.
Thank you so much, both of you, for providing some clarification there. Representative Spreitzer, do you have any questions for Mrs. Armstrong before we move on to board members?
Not at this point.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, I am checking the chat, and remember, these are questions for Mrs. Armstrong, and then we will quickly shift to questions for our representatives. It looks like in the queue we have Vice President Levy, followed by Board President Miller.
So thank you, Mrs. Armstrong, for your advocacy and work for our budget and our financial needs in the district. Kind of going back to the last slide where you mentioned our two asks.
Yes.
You gave the technical definition of them, but kind of, can you just make it even plainer again? The explanation of what our two asks are based on our budget situation for those that are representing us.
Okay. As far as the asks for the school district of Beloit is an increase to the revenue limit formula. We have got to see increases where we have new opportunities to increase that funding for our students. And, you know, property tax relief is wonderful, and we would advocate that. And much like Representative Spritzer said, we want to do both. We want to see property relief, but we have got to see new money coming into the district so we can advocate that use in our classrooms with our students to make that impact. So I think that is our primary ask. The secondary, just as important ask is increased funding for students with disabilities. We have got to get that reimbursement up to a sustainable cost. When you're looking at 62% of all special education costs are coming out of our Fund 10 budget, that is astounding at what we are having to pay just to educate our students without the aid of reimbursement for those students.
Thank you so much. Board President Miller?
Thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. That was a fabulous presentation, and I appreciate all your work on that. And thanks to our representatives for the great questions. I just want to piggyback actually on those asks, and I know that you're not prepared with like a number, Ms. Armstrong, but in your estimation, if we were to advocate for 1.2 FTE for students who are English language learners, as well as 1.2 FTE in the budget formula for students who are living in poverty, like how much of a game changer would that be for our district?
Well, it'd be huge. You know, if we could get the FTEs, that's that new money. I mean, that's what we can put back in our classrooms. If we were able to free up almost some of the 62% that we're spending out of our Fund 10, this is where we could use that money for, you know, additional support services. We have put in additional health services and pupil services. We have made that commitment that we now have psychologists at every building or social workers at every building, including our elementaries. We're not splitting that FTE. We recognize the need, and in our community, that need for student services and wraparound is crucial. So, you know, I think it ties into both of our asks of asking for new money that we can use by increasing that revenue limit, but also, you know, really aligning the reimbursement for students with disabilities to allow us to support all of our students with using our Fund 10 money for its intended purpose in our classrooms and not spending it on the reimbursements.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board President. So I do have one question that was submitted, and now we're going to transition. So board members, if you now have questions for our representatives, we want to use our last about 10 minutes very effectively. So the first question that I have to each of our representatives is, what is your vision for the future of education in Wisconsin? And how do you believe your choices in the budget support that vision? And Senator Ringhan, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you. Not having been a member of the Budget Committee, we truly preferred the governor's budget, and we're hopeful that there would have been more money for all schools. Since there is money available, we think it could have been, I think it could have been done better. But as a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, I know how important our schools are to all of our children, to all of our families, that everybody has equal opportunity to get the education that they need. And that's so important to me, that every child has that equal opportunity. And, you know, with some of the private schools that are getting state funding, it really digs into the finances that are available for our public schools, and it has an effect on all students. And if I had my choice, that wouldn't be available. If you want private schools, that's certainly your fair choice. But I prefer that taxpayer dollars stay in public schools, is my perspective, and that's what I would prefer. And moving forward, as I mentioned earlier, we don't know what's going to happen this next year with the pandemic. And I would certainly hope that we can have as many students in classes as possible, because it hurts their education when they're not socializing and having the everyday routine. So those are a couple of things that are top of the list for me that I truly support. And I think the governor's budget could have accomplished those. And if we'd had the opportunity to make sure that the pandemic was controlled properly, kids would all be back in school safe and sound and would not be worrying about this. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ringhan. Representative Laubenbeck.
So there were a couple of, if I think back to a year ago, and I visited with different school districts. I represent about 10, and some of them I had a chance to connect with the superintendent directly or with the board directly, and maybe thinking back to a year ago, talking to schools and thinking about where we thought we were going to be with our budget, and asking, you know, and suggesting that we planned for level spending, if not cuts, because we thought we were going to be going into a recession. And so it's very fortunate that that didn't happen. The tax collections were up and all this federal money came in. But we had a lot of uncertainty 12 months ago when we were thinking about what is the future of education going to look like. So when we convened in January, Republicans wrote a letter to the governor. We talked about the ways we could work together. 2/3 funding was one of them. It's been talked about for a couple decades. It's really actually unbelievable that we achieved that in this budget. It's been something that, I mean, when I used to do candidate forums when I worked at the Chamber of Commerce, it was the QEO, it was 2/3 funding, you know, all these things. So the fact that we achieved that in a bipartisan way, I think is really significant. I think we looked at, you know, we know that we want students to succeed and we want all districts to succeed regardless of what your zip code is. But I can tell you that it's not always about the money. So when I look at, this is the states with the best public schools since the pandemic, July 15th of 2021. Wisconsin's number 7. And we spend per pupil about $12.5 thousand. And the top spender and the top school is New Jersey at $20,000. We're on par with all these other states that spend a lot more money, and that's sort of, I think, what people want to make sure that we're doing more as much as we can with what we have, because we should be really proud that schools, and there are other schools in here, Nebraska's at number 9 with a similar amount of spending, but more dollars doesn't always equal better educational outcomes. I think that's an important thing to remember. And so we invested in things like mental health supports. And we also invested a lot of money in supports at the county level, and we spent a lot of money investing in childcare for especially low-income families so that they could access quality care that included educational components. So things like that, I think you have to think about education. And I mean, Amy, you know that we met on some of my other policy work around vulnerable youth, where students are going to perform better in the classroom when they have a more stable environment at home. And I mean, children and families was one of my priority areas in the budget, where other people have, more expertise in education. But for me, I'm actually really proud of all the work that we did for children and families. And I think that we need to remember that those two things are connected, because we can't rely on schools to do everything to raise kids, because that's the job of communities and parents as well, particularly parents. And so when counties and other human services agencies need to step in, we need for them to have resources too.
Thank you so much. Representative Spreitzer?
My vision for public education is that we live up to the ideals in our state constitution that guarantee a public education for every child, and that needs to be guaranteed regardless of zip code or race or ability or disability, and that does take dollars. And it is a good thing that we have a state school funding formula that gives more dollars to communities that may have less ability to pay for that through property taxes. And so when we talk about 2/3 funding, obviously that's on average, and there are districts that are more than 2/3 and less than 2/3. And Beloit, was already getting, as you noted, more than 2/3 of its funding from the state, and that's, how that should be. But that also means that every school district is then held hostage to the state's willingness to increase that revenue limit. And while it's certainly, I would agree with Amy that it's, more dollars don't necessarily equal better educational outcomes. Unfortunately, in this budget, we were really, just debating a question of inflation. And we know that we are seeing inflation as our economy is growing. And yet there wasn't even an increase in this budget to keep up with inflation. So it's not even about, can you do more? It's about, can you do the same things you're already doing and give staff the raises that they need to continue to live their lives the way they've been living them. That's how inflation works. And so I wish we were sort of having that higher level debate about how to truly invest more dollars in a way that will lead to educational outcomes. But first we have to keep paying for what we're doing, and it's not clear that over the next 2 years that the state is providing the resources to be able to do that. I certainly agree with Janice about that the more money we are sending public money to private schools, the less we have for public schools. But the thing that was frustrating about this particular budget is that we didn't even need to have that debate, that we had enough money to do it all. I don't support vouchers, but we had enough money to fund voucher schools and fund a property tax cut and increase funding that goes into public school classrooms. But we only did 2 out of those 3 things, with the exception of the mental health and the special education funding, which is certainly good, but is not enough. And so, I think we do need to have a discussion about the challenges that exist beyond your control as a school board that Amy alluded to. I certainly don't disagree there, that you can't be expected to control what happens to kids when they're not in the classroom. And that's a whole nother conversation that also needs state support. But it still takes dollars to put into the classroom, to have great teachers, and to make sure they have the resources they need to educate kids. And so, my vote on the budget against it and my vote for an amendment that would have added more dollars into the classroom represents, my view that this budget did not live up to that vision, and I hope we can do better in future budgets.
Thank you so much. So one thing that I want to note, I so appreciate this robust discussion, and I know that everyone who is tuning in and everyone that will be watching this at their own time is probably appreciative of this too. We do a legislative update every month to the board, and if there's ever any information that you want our board directly to know, please feel free to email me. I will include that in writing and highlight that in a verbal update to the board, because we need to be consistent about receiving this type of information. Now, if the rest of my colleagues will agree, I see that Vice President Levy has a question mark in the chat. We want to be respectful of time. It is 6:47, so that will be our final question for the evening. But if you do have a question, please feel free to email, and I am certain that our representatives will get a response back, and then we will share that out so everyone can benefit from that information. Vice President Levy?
So finally, as you think about the unique challenges that we face as a school district at this time as our country is dealing with this global pandemic, there were some proposals earlier in the year about funding schools differently based on the choices that the school boards made about whether to have in-person learning or not have in-person learning. And then even, some mechanisms that people would think would try to dictate how a local school board would decide how to carry out our vital function, and also balancing the health of the students that we're responsible for. As we look at our country and we are amidst great challenge from county to county as people try to make the best decisions to have health and safety, because an education when you're sick continuing in life or dead is difficult. So I would just like to ask, what is your perspective on the ability of the school boards to make the local decisions that need to be made and tying our funding to the choice that we make?
Thank you for the question, Vice President Levy. We'll begin with Senator Ringham.
Senator Ringham, I would be happy to take the lead on that. I disagree with that option. I think that every school is entitled to make its own decision, as I said earlier, with the proper assistance from public health and science. And we know during this last year, I live in Rock County, my hometown, every student had a choice to either come in person or learn at home. And I agree with that. If you have the opportunity to make a choice, that should work for every family. We would love to have everybody in-house, but you still need to have that choice. But every school needs to make its own decision. And I know it's a difficult time because of the health concerns, but I think with the guidance of the county health departments, every school should be able to make its own choice. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lautenbach.
So, if I have lipstick, would you tell me from my mask?
I would if I could see from here.
Okay, great. So thanks for the question, and I think it's a fair one, and to kind of see how the decision-making process unfolded. So what you're referring to is, so the vast majority of, 90% of the ESSER distribution of funds was done through a model that was dictated by the federal government. And a lot of that was tied to Title I and other data based on the school district. So 10% of that was sort of what we called discretionary. So DPI came up with a plan to sort of split it up amongst the different districts. So bigger districts like Madison, Milwaukee, Beloit already had reached the level through were funded primarily through that 90%. The discretionary funding was a subset of that. Some of that funding was prioritized for school districts that remained open 50% of the time. So at the time we made the decision, I think, Vice President Levy, it's a fair question, because maybe it would encourage schools to open because they still had a few months left of the school year, but at the same time it was compensating schools that had been open for that additional expense. I think Ms. Armstrong mentioned in her presentation that you had a budget surplus this last for the 2019-2020 cycle that you were able to put into your fund balance because you had expenses that you didn't incur because you weren't open. Well, the idea was that the schools that were open incurred some additional expenses for cleaning and sanitation and a whole lot of extra things that schools that weren't open weren't experiencing. So it wasn't to try to tell school districts what to do. It was more to try to be aware that school districts that made the decision to be open may have had extra costs.
Dr. Kieser is going to jump in briefly for clarification.
I just want to clarify that when you refer to open and closed, we were open all year. We had our staff in our buildings all year, so we did incur those same costs that you referred to as far as cleaning and heating and lighting and all of that. We brought our students back in addition to our staff for the fourth term. So I didn't want there to be a confusion that districts that chose to do virtual learning were closed in the sense that they were, doors were shut, lights were off, there was no additional incurred cost.
Sure, and I appreciate the comment, but right, the language was virtual, was in-person instruction, and that was the logic behind it. But you're correct. There's always the model that doesn't fit tightly into that, and that's probably a hybrid model that a lot of schools utilized.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Kieser. Representative Spreitzer, you are going to have the final comments. No pressure.
Well, I disagree with basing school funding on whether instruction was in person or virtual or hybrid. Obviously, different choices made sense for different districts, and particularly different size districts that had different kinds of abilities to space out if they were in person, or districts located in more urban communities that at least originally had higher rates of the virus. Although now we're certainly seeing it spiking in many rural communities as well. So I don't agree with that. I think as you pointed out, you can't really say that expenses are lower one way or the other. Maybe there's cleaning and HVAC expenses in person, there's technology expenses virtually, there's, it is case by case. And so I think we have to trust school districts to make those decisions. And if there were targeted grant programs that said, if you're in person, and you need these kinds of things, we'll help fund that. Or if you're virtual and you need these kinds of things, we'll help fund that. That might make sense. But to just say, we are going to broadly use whether you were in person or not as a mechanism for deciding how much money you get, I think that's wrong. And I think it's wrong both in the sense of the fact that a significant chunk of it was retroactive, so it really was kind of rewarding, and I think that was the intention for at least some legislators who felt that in-person instruction was better, even if in some places it wasn't safe, rewarding schools that made that decision. And then also forward-looking, was it coercive, again, to say, even if you think it's not safe for students or your community doesn't want that we're holding this money over your head to encourage you to make a particular decision. And I think those decisions should be made based on public health and based on what parents in a community are comfortable with for their kids, and not based on the state holding dollars out. So thank you for the question.
Absolutely. So we will end this fantastic discussion there. We hope to see our representatives on a more regular basis. I will be in touch after speaking with our board president and our superintendent to get that planned out, because we definitely want to hear from you. We want you to hear from us. Again, thank you so much for carving time out of your schedule. If you are joining us in person, safe travels, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, everybody. So it is 6:55, and at this time, do we need to take a brief pause before we convene into our HR committee meeting? Okay, so let's recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Oh, I think she. We'll space, we'll smile. Oh, you can trouble me anytime.
How's it going, sir? Good. How are you doing?
Organize us. Take it up there so you can space out. Congratulations.
At this point, got everything planned for the next one though?
Space it out.
No.
All right, God bless you something. Wonderful, that's much better.
I was doing this because I was giving you a 3 count.
Oh, I took 3 minutes. Oh, okay, I thought you were on. I was, it is 3%. I thought you were telling me it was 30% instead of 60. So
You were, remember you were like, I get into a mode and I stopped giving you a 3 count when you had the 3 minute mark?
Yeah, I missed that one because I thought you were correcting my percent.
Go back and look at what 62% was.
62% of our expenditures in 2027.
I kind of let everyone, it was so busy. I know it was barely
All right, folks, let me know when you're ready.
I think we're ready on our end.
Sounds great. Good evening, everybody. The time is now 7 p.m., and I would like to call our Human Resource Committee to order at this time.
Board President, I am going to interrupt you. Technically, we have to adjourn our last meeting before we can begin this one.
But I never wanted it to end because it was so wonderful. So on that note, can we please get a motion to adjourn our special legislative session?
So moved.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right. So try again. It is 7:01 p.m. and at this time I would like to call our Human Resource Committee meeting to order. May we please have a roll call?
Miller,
Present?
Anderson,
Present.
Levy A,
Here.
Levy S,
Present.
Delgado,
Present.
I have Anderson, Levy A, Levy S in the boardroom. I have Delgado and Miller virtual, and Wong is absent.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kieser. At this time, would somebody please make a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, our agenda is approved. May I please, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving last meeting's minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion passes. And at this time, I would actually like to request that we go into closed session. Would you, I guess I can make the motion for that if that's appropriate. Does that work for everybody? Cool. All right. I move to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call?
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Maria Delgado.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dooley. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, we will be leaving this meeting to go into closed session. If you're watching from home, this is going to be blank until we return. Thanks, folks. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
The Board of Education is currently in closed session and should be back in about 15 minutes.
All right, it looks like we are all back. This is still the HR committee meeting, and we have reconvened in open session. Last item on the agenda is the future board meeting dates. We have a policy meeting tonight. Oh,
Sorry.
is that okay?
We need to vote on employee recs.
Oh, forgive me. I apologize for the oversight. Great. At this time, would anybody like to take action on our employee recommendations?
I move to approve employee recs for August 3rd.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion at this time? Great. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Perfect. At this time, we will move on to future meeting dates. Tomorrow evening, Wednesday, August 4th at 5:30 p.m., there is a policy committee meeting. Tuesday, August 17th, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee meets at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Committee will meet at 6:30 p.m. and our regular board meeting will be at 7 p.m. Is there any other business to conduct at this time before we adjourn? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Do we need a couple minutes before we begin our board business meeting, or are we good to go? Okay, let me just switch agendas quick and we can get started. All right, so it is now 8:05 p.m. At this time, I would like to call our regular board business meeting to order. May we please have a roll call?
Here.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Spencer Anderson,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Maria Delgado,
Present.
and John Huang, who is absent today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dooley. All right. The Board of Education, by the way, would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have some. At this time, I would like to remove our executive session item for the superintendent evaluation. It was placed on there erroneously because I forgot that board member Wong would not be joining us this evening, and I will reach out to reschedule that as soon as possible. So I would like to remove that from our agenda. Does anybody else have any other discussion? Okay, so hearing none, do we need to, and I'm sorry that I should have mentioned this before, should we change the language of our motion to amend the agenda? So then I would like to amend the motion to ask for a motion to approve the amended agenda. Would anybody like to second that amendment?
Is your amendment just to exclude number 6 from the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, second.
Okay, all those in favor of my amendment, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, do we have to, I'm going to lean on you, parliamentarian. What do we do with this original motion?
Technically, we don't have a parliamentarian yet, but we just need to approve the original motion, the motion, not emotion, as amended with removal of number 6.
I missed the very beginning of what you said.
Oh, no problem. I'm not sure if there was a second, but we need to approve the original motion as amended, and that amendment is just the removal of number 6.
Great. Would anybody like to make that motion? Or do we just need to take vote since it was already moved?
Your mic was off.
Oh.
No, it's on.
Thank you. I think we're good. There's, the motion has been amended, and there already has been a second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much for that. That brings us to 1D, the Pledge of Allegiance. Board member Amy Levy, would you like to lead us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
Cool. Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so that takes us to public comment. Is there anybody present this evening wishing to make a public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay, did anybody submit an email?
No, there was not.
Okay, so it sounds like we have no public comment this evening, which brings us to item 3A. Under reports to the board, is anybody here able to give a Business Operations and Finance Committee report?
So tonight in our meeting, we covered 3 things, which was the financial reports for June of 2021, and then the budget revisions. For the third item, I will actually pass that off to Dr. Keyser.
So for the third item, I brought forward to the committee a request or foreshadowing a request that will come next month to the committee for an additional 1.0 FTE to reinstate the executive director of human resources position. I outlined the idea of what the role has both in the logistics, but then also in the strategic vision of that. The conversation, there were some very good conversations and questions being asked. I just would like to make sure that all board members have the opportunity to go into the committee, look at the job description, look at the slide deck, please email me any questions you have. I believe the date was the 31st of August, so that I would have time to respond to those questions and build those in. The goal will be to formally ask for that approval in September. If approved, it will come before the regular board later that evening. And that concludes my report.
Thank you both very much. Did you have anything else to add, Board Member Anderson?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we wanted to extend the offer to all board members to review it and send in their questions. I gave them the date of the 31st for the board members to submit questions by, just so that they have a week to look at the questions and then be able to present us with that information that we want.
Perfect. Thank you very much to both of you. Moving on to item 3B, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee. Would you go ahead, please?
The Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee did meet on July 20th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. We had a presentation on the curriculum renewal and course development process as an update. That's the end of the report. And just for a question also, I gave this report at the end of our last meeting. Is that an agenda thing that we need to sync up? So I've given this report 2 times now.
No problem in repeating the report. I put both of those on in the event that we have items that we want to make sure that we refresh the board's memory on that will potentially be action items in the future. So
Okay.
that's why I put on there. And if there's no new updates, we can certainly just say there are no new updates.
It can happen twice. I understand now.
No problem.
No, that's perfect. And I was just going to say it's a great reminder to email in questions if we have any for upcoming action items. Thank you both very, very much. Moving on, it looks like we are on items requiring board discussion. Item 4A, discussion of the board's role in expulsion hearings. So if you'll turn your attention to the content there are a list of 6 items that we agreed to address in discussion today and then take action on the 17th when hopefully all of us are present. So at this time, I'm just going to utilize the chat. I think it makes more sense to go sequentially. So we need to decide, just a quick overview, and then I'm just going to call on people as they put in question marks. We have to decide kind of the logistics of the notice of hearing. According to my notes, I know we talked about like a certified letter, just kind of like down to those details. So I'd like to hear from Dr. Kieser and possibly his team about kind of what makes sense there and the concerns that board members may have. The presence of the district's council, just determining if we want them present for maybe the first whatever period of time we think is necessary, or if we just want to stay indefinitely until we're comfortable asking them not to be there. Language and motion regarding after 5 p.m. hearings, just making sure that we specify that so that that's a clear parameter and there aren't, just to try to prevent any unnecessary scheduling conflicts. Board member recusal decision, we have to figure out in terms of when the board receives the notice, the extent to which we're aware of the student's identity so that we can recuse ourselves if necessary ahead of time, or if we aren't going to receive the identity of the student ahead of time, how that recusal will work in order to ensure that we have quorum. The data collection moving forward, I believe board member Levy had made some specific recommendations about making sure that we could evaluate ourselves. And I think we were adding an extra, remind me because I'm not sure I have that note in front of me. Was it including whether or not a student's, what was the demographic that was missing from the original report? Board member Levy?
I think it was the disaggregation by race. It may have been if student A was suspended for this was the outcome. I'm not sure that outcomes were tracked.
Got it. Yeah, I think that because I think we had the disaggregation by race, but I think you're right. I think it was like the occurrence and outcome tracking, but we can hear more from our administration on that when we get to that discussion. So sorry, I must have omitted that from my notes here. And then administration providing expulsion recommendations. Is this understood to happen already or doesn't need to be requested. So just making sure, I guess, like just hearing more about the details of how that's going to go going forward. So at this time, let me just make sure I've got my chat opened here. Anybody who wants to give a comment on any of those 6 items, I'd like to start maybe with the first one, if we could, for notice of hearing. What are our thoughts? Or Dr. Keyser, do you want to chat a little bit about that?
Thank you, Board President Miller. I'll just make quick comment while individuals are putting their questions into the chat. So with the notice of hearing, we have a process and a template that we've been using. It would obviously have to be tweaked and updated for the new approach. And then Rob and his team have a template which is slightly different. It basically is a template that has all of the language in there, statutory language, and then it provides the administration opportunity to check so that all of the appropriate wording and all the appropriate language is in there, and there isn't that misstep in there. As far as the notice of hearing and timing of that, we did check into, and I had made the comment about using the certified mail. And in following up with that question, we do make attempts at the pre-expulsion hearing process. If the family does not show, there is that expectation from that process to go back and build that connection with the family and why they did not show. At that meeting, if it does move forward, at that time we get updated address information. The concern that I was not aware of with certified mail, while it does provide that additional check because we do have that family contact at the pre-expulsion hearing, if the family was not present to get the mail when it gets delivered, it will have to go to the post office, which then potentially could incur some hang-ups in the notification process, because now if the family can't get to the post office to get the mail to duly get noticed, and with the short timeline, it could create a barrier. So I'm actually making the recommendation that we get the sign-off. We do have certification sign-off by our pre-expulsion process that the conversation update address and that the mail, it was mailed out, is in the packet. So I would actually recommend that we continue with that process and not use certified mail, because I don't want to unduly put a barrier in front of our families if they happen to be gone when that certified mail is delivered. So
just to quickly summarize, and then I'm going to go to the questions in the chat. In short, you feel that we've got an appropriate templates and processes in place for the notice of hearing at this time?
I do believe the process for the mailing is solid and in place. I think that the real question is, do we want to use the template that Rob and his team provided that does not need to be adjusted and amended because all the language is there, and then we just highlight the sections that are pertinent? Or do we continue with the notice example that we provided, updating the language to recognize that the board is hearing the expulsion and not the IHO?
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to go to questions now. Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Levy.
My comment on the notice section was one, that the letter be sent out by regular mail and certified mail. So one, by regular mail, it gets there. By certified mail, that's just the other effort. And that, because in the process that I'm thinking of, as I have experienced it as a board, when our administration presents that this is Joe Blow, he's coming for an expulsion hearing, like one of the first pages in the packet would be that proper notice was sent. So as the administration presents the case and reason for expulsion, they also basically provide evidence of their due process as it has been done. in that process. So the letter went out both by regular and certified mail, and usually the family is there in front of you. So that would be my preference for, having a very tight process. And then in terms of the letter, not having the documents in front of me, but thinking of what our lawyers are providing, that yes, all the reasons for expulsion are there, but we specifically in the letter have to reference the reason we are, it has to give emphasis to the reason that this student is appearing, because all the expellable offenses are not the reason that this student is appearing. And I know that our lawyer will make sure that that document is legally right. So that's all I have for number one.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. So just to make sure I have this correct in my notes, proper notice sent for due process should include both regular and certified mail as your recommendation, as well as making sure that just the specified reasons and not all of the reasons are sent, just for accuracy's sake.
No, I mean,
Oh,
as the lawyer, like I said, I don't have the documents in front of me, but all the reasons can be listed. But I'm just saying that just specifically the parent and child have to know which one of those reasons they're coming to expulsion for. So as long as that's done in the letter, then the letter is covered what needs to be covered.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Great suggestions. Board Member Levy?
Are we just on one or can we?
All right, well, a lot of practice of being in person. Are we just on one, or can I just give my comments and kind of be, okay, I've been told we're on one. All right, the notice of the hearing, my preference is that we use the format that the lawyers laid out. I love that it's thorough. We will definitely identify the specific reason that that child is coming before us. And I love the fact that it's consistent with the statute language. I do have a question, though. I believe what was said at the training was that if the family does not appear, the hearing still happens. And so my request with respect to notice is that there is, I don't know if it's followed up with a phone call, just to say, hey, did you get this? I don't want to wait to the hearing and the parent didn't show up or the family didn't show up, and then try to figure out why they didn't show up. If we could head that off before it becomes an issue, I think that would be the way to go. And then also, if we have resources to support the family to make sure that they understand the documents that they're receiving, I think that phone call would be a great time to connect the family with those resources.
So what I'm hearing you say is that in addition to using the format that the lawyers provided with the recommendations that Vice President Levy gave us, maybe just make it practice to follow up with an outreach call, A, to ensure that they're attending and received everything, and B, to make sure that they understand what resources are available to them and to make sure they understand the paperwork. Is that right?
Absolutely. It's my understanding that that is the role of someone or some persons in the district to kind of be a liaison to the family if they have questions or concerns or what their rights and abilities are. So the sooner we could connect the family with those persons, the better outcomes for everyone.
All right, great suggestions. Dr. Keyser, do you have any comments or thoughts on that before we go on to the next one? Oh, and I should say, board members, if anybody else has any thoughts on the first item, please go ahead and put a question mark in the chat.
I'm gonna look to Ms. Beavers because I'm gonna need your assistance in either confirming or clarifying my following statement. My understanding to the pre-expulsion process is, if the pre-expulsion process does result in a recommendation to the expulsion at that time, before all parties disembark, there is the conversation about what that process is, and then who they can reach out to if they have clarifying questions. Oftentimes, the assistant principal, or in the case that the principal is hearing the case, is at that meeting, so they can take on that role of, if you have follow-up questions, reach out to me so that we can talk you through those, and that you will be expecting mail that has the notification letters in there, it would be obviously updated if the board votes to say that you'll receive 2 versions of that, one regular, one certified, and what they should be expecting as process. You're nodding your head, Ms. Beaver, so I must have done a good job on that pop quiz. Follow-up
Can I
questions?
just briefly amend my request? If the phone call could happen before the pre-expulsion hearing, just to make sure that the family is aware that a pre-expulsion hearing is taking place and that they're present in that, so all of these resources could be rolled out.
That happens. That takes place.
Perfect, thank you.
Wonderful. And thank you so much to Dr. Kieser and his team for clarifying all of these understandings. We have like a nice, smooth process. Good stuff. Anybody else have comments on number 1? Okay, so we're going to rock and roll down to number 2, the district council's presence. Does anybody have a recommendation for yes or no? Initially, do we want them there with us? And then if yes, do you have a preference for the length of time, or would you like to just kind of like leave it open as we go? Go ahead, Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Anderson.
Well, the thought is after we kind of iron out our process and kind of role play it all, that, you know, there'll be a gradual release, because there's a comfort level that might need to be established with how we're doing it, but it's a procedure that we're in charge of as the board. And our district administrator, as I'm envisioning the process, would kind of like orientate and lead people through, and you read the script where it's your role and do the thing that you're supposed to do. And then that's that. But so to have the lawyer there in the beginning as we go through the first, well, hopefully we won't have any, but to have the lawyer there would be helpful to debrief, kind of go back into it. But it is something that we should be able to conduct on our own. So I would just leave it to, you know, between the superintendent and the board president and the board, if we discuss that, oh, we've done 3 of these, we got it. No matter what quorum would appear, people are comfortable carrying out the role that they're supposed to carry out, and then we could go on from there.
So just to make sure I'm clear on your answer, yes, indefinitely?
Yeah, but we should develop capacity where that's not necessary.
Yeah, no, fully agree, and I'm going to include the language in my notes. Thank you so much for that. Then I'm going to move on, if that's okay, to, Board Member Anderson, followed by Board Member Delgado.
I definitely agree with Board Member Levy that we should have counsel because we are just learning this. We want to make sure we're doing it all properly and correct. So it's good to have them there to help us along the way. I don't want to set up a time limit right off the bat because, again, some of us might not be present for 1 or 2 of them, and we might be slightly behind the curve on knowing what the actual procedures are. So I think that it's going to be, has to come up to a level of comfort for the board when we decide to not have counsel there any longer.
That's perfect. And both of your comments segue beautifully into our later discussion about board development and self-evaluation. So that's great. Going on then to Board Member Delgado.
I echo completely what Board Member Anderson stated. I think we need, it's a must to have council presence there. And I think it should be meant until everyone feels comfortable. Regardless if 1 or 2 feel comfortable, I think we should respect, you know, the other board members' needs if they don't feel comfortable yet, to continue to have that counsel available.
Thank you so much for those comments, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. Are there any other comments on item number 2? And then I think, I'm then sorry, I don't want to speak for you, Dr. Kieser. I'm assuming you're good with going on to number 3?
Yes.
Okay. So then number 3 is the language in the motion that we'll make hopefully on the 17th regarding after 5 p.m. I guess I just want to check in, does 5 p.m. work for everybody? Or are there other time, day considerations that we should be aware of before we craft that motion language? Go ahead, Vice President Levy, please.
I think that for like, these are student welfare hearings, a special meeting in a sense. I think that 5:30 p.m. is, polling is going to have to be done to see what board members are available to create a quorum. I think that 5:30 p.m. At a minimum, or even if that's the time we agree on it, when this happens, that is when it will happen, because that's when they'll be setting them up. And I think that we have a greater ability to have a quorum starting at 5:30 p.m. on versus trying to meet any time before 5:30 p.m.
I have a question actually for the whole board. Somebody made a point, I think, at the last meeting about making sure that we're responsive and inclusive to families and kind of their varying circumstances. And I guess I'm leaning on the administration for this. Do these ever happen and I'm not advocating for this, but do these ever happen on the weekends? Like, I guess I want to be conscientious about like second shift scheduling and things like that. Like, what are our thoughts on that?
No, they would occur during the days, in the mornings and middays, and in the evenings, but not on weekends. My one thought I had was that regardless of the parameters that are set, I would ask that Ms. Shope and Ms. Dooley reach out to each board member and kind of get a general gist of availability, so that there are we have some parameters around that, knowing that the day-to-day will change, but just to get some general blocks and say, these are the times that I know I'm just not available. These are the times of the blocks I'm most likely to be able to be freed up as a base template to work from.
Thank you very much for that. Board Member Delgado?
So one of the reasons why I just don't fully support even the idea of us doing the hearings is because of that. We're like, by proposing times that are like after 5:30, we're just doing a disservice to the community. We're doing a disservice to the families. We need to have times available during the day, during the afternoon, during the evening, when it's convenient also for the students.
You cut out a little bit there, Board Member Delgado. Were you finished with your statement?
My work is from 8 to 5, but I know that, parents as well, they probably have a full-time job where maybe they need or require, alternative hours for them as well. I like the idea of Dr. Kieser, on opening up, different times of the day and seeing who is going to be available, what board members are going to be available that we can make quorum, but that it adjusts to the schedule of the families, not just thinking about board members.
Thank you so much for your comments, Board Member Delgado. And I think that I'm going to just interject a thought in there. Like when we do poll, I mean, I'll volunteer myself. For example, I don't know exactly how much sick time I get, but like in an extenuating circumstance, I would be willing to take time to do that during the day. For maybe we could include that in our poll to see which among us have some flexibility in our schedules, if that is a determining factor. And I'm wondering if we could, in our motion language, be precise enough to begin with like evening hours where it's easier to get quorum, and then like if no quorum, you know what I'm saying, and like if there's maybe to come up with a decision kind of tree for how to incorporate family needs into that. What are your thoughts on that, Dr. Kieser? Just to follow up on Board Member Delgado's comments.
In part, right. My thought was in creating kind of that base template was to address those situations. Our practice has been and will adjust to this new process. At the pre-expulsion, if it is a recommendation to move forward, we would ask, what is the family's availability and flexibility? And noticed that with our work with Ms. Shope and Ms. Dooley in polling the board and getting the notice for the quorum. If we had a base template of general availability, then we would be able to follow up more immediately and say the times that are available will not work for any board members. I already know before I even send out the poll, there's not going to be a quorum. So what are some others? To the degree that it is possible to find common ground between the family and the board in this process, we do so. At the end of the day, the process is time-bound by statute, and so there has to be a decision that gets made at that point, at some point, and that's where the polling will kind of be the excuse me, I'm stumbling over my words, the determining factor.
Thank you very much for that. Vice President, Board Member Delgado, does that address your concerns?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you. All right, Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Levy.
So I disagree with that line of thinking that was just outlined, and even the motion that what you kind of suggested. As Dr. Kieser said, expulsion is a time-bound process, and the district has a responsibility to give the student their due process by conducting the process. Of course, you work out that, time-bound being that when there's a quorum of board members that can happen and things have to happen within certain time periods, if we're not going to be operating by that, then that gets into one of those exceptions that we kind of talked about, that if we're not going to meet what our requirement is by time, that the family has agreed to move it on. Those are some extra things there. But the reason that, with my most recent employer, we employed this practice for over 10 years, and the practice was that board members were polled, and these meetings happen at a regular time period, which is like 4:30. A meeting can happen whenever we agree for a meeting to happen, but I've just never seen working people who work on a school board decide to have a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning for the convenience of. The fact that these things are standardized, that helps for people to understand that, and most likely if your student commits an expellable offense or one that's going to be taken to the Board of Education, you might have to take off of work that day to handle that business, because board members are already giving their time. So if you know it's going to happen at 5:30 or later, like the regular business of this board happens at 7 o'clock. And 5:30 is when we have these other committee meetings. So I think that 5:30 is not a disservice, but I think that that consistency and reliability of when something like this might happen gives us grounds to make sure that we can do what we are required to do.
Thank you very much for sharing that perspective. I think, what I have in my notes is like a standardized recurring timer times would be more which kind of goes back to the original request to delineate, like, at earliest 5:30, for example, which is what I think you suggested earlier.
As early as 5:30.
As early as 5:30. Okay, perfect. Board Member Levy?
Do we have flexibility to allow the parents to have like a grandparent attend or an aunt? And clearly the choice would be up to the parent. And with confidentiality in mind, they would select the person. But to come and aid the student at the hearing, do we have that flexibility? Because that may eliminate, I'm not available, but my mother is, my brother is, et cetera.
We do have that flexibility, and Missy can talk a little bit more in terms of what we've had in those situations, but I can just speak from my personal experience after Ms. Beavers.
The parent can bring whoever they want to the hearing, but I think what I hear you saying is instead of the parent, could another adult come? As long as we have a release of information, we could speak with somebody else in the parent's place.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's been my experience too. We usually get a written consent to say that the parent authorizes this person to act in their stead.
Thank you. Great questions. For the sake of time for the meeting, I know we don't have total consensus on this item, so I'm going to kind of mark this. We're going to come back to it at the end of this discussion, because from what I can see here, it looks like we have some consensus around the first two items. But I'd like to have a discussion on items 4 through 6, and then maybe we can kind of come back and revisit this. So I'm looking at item 4, board member recusal decision. I know this was, this kind of seemed like some circular stuff going on there at the last meeting too. Vice President Levy, if you'd like to start us off with your thoughts.
My thought is that at the pre-expulsion level, when it has been determined that this student will move towards an expulsion, the board should be polled, not knowing who the student is, but just that a student welfare hearing has to be conducted that we'll know that there's going to be an expulsion hearing. And then when we get there, and this is in the case of John Doe School District of Beloit, and it's going to be explained. There's a script, like I said, in my experience, right there. And if you see that John Doe is your nephew or something, or some other issue that would create a conflict of interest for you, or that you felt that you could not be impartial, then that is the time to recuse yourself. To have the information of the student's name before you are in the hearing is to have and gain and have the ability to come into contact with information or being asked about things in the community. So it's best for you not to know until the time of, and that's the space.
Thank you very much for those thoughts, Vice President Levy. I know that I think some board members and Board Secretary Shope had expressed some concern about not making quorum if that were the case. So I'm wondering what people's thoughts are in order to ensure that we could both honor Vice President Levy's recommendation and also ensure quorum. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
All right, stick with me on this one. So let's say that 4 people are available. We get to the hearing and it's whoever, and I can't be impartial, okay? So now we have 3 people. Now I know this is an extra step and I'm hoping that this will never happen or be the outlier. Could those 3 board members hear the expulsion, and then it would have to come before the full board, but we would meet that time-sensitive initial obligation, and then the 3 that heard it would confer with the full board at some soon after date and come to a conclusion.
So I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that for it to meet the time requirement, we'd have to have quorum. Is that right, Dr. Kieser?
I will want to double check with Rob, but I believe that absent a resolution of having a panel, it has to be a quorum of the board that hears the case. So the board couldn't abdicate the responsibility to a panel without a resolution. But I would want to check with Rob to make sure that my thinking is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to put in the notes that we're going to look into panel without resolution. Okay.
Correct.
Cool. And it looks like, I'm going to make sure I'm not losing track of the chat here. It looks like Board Member Delgado followed by Vice President Levy.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with Vice President Levy. I think that as board members and, how we conduct a business, we're oath to confidentiality, that if a name is disclosed to us, that stays confidential within ourselves. So we know, we do that all the time when we go into closed sessions. All the information stays confidential. So I don't see why it would be an issue for us to know the name. That way we can make sure that we make quorum when that appointment is set for that fair hearing.
Thank you very much for those thoughts, Board Member Delgado. Vice President Levy.
So this is a place where it could be possibly our experiences that lead us to the different positions that we're at and give us different perspectives and opinion. Not that one is right and the other is wrong. I disagree with Board Member Levy to look into a panel. The practicality of school administration, that is not a necessary step. And then to Board Member Delgado, I just think that in the practices that I think, if they're ever under question, I think that is a cleaner and a better process than knowing students that are up for expulsion. Because this is going to be yeah. So I mean, that's just my reasoning. But it'll be whatever we decide as a group. But I advise against it.
All right, thank you very much for those comments. And since this is a discussion and not, and we're not taking action tonight, I will just insert that I really see where everybody's coming from, and I think all three of those are, hold a lot of validity. I would say, I guess what's weighing most importantly for me is just to make sure that we can meet that obligation of that time frame. And so, based on what I'm hearing so far, I probably would tend toward whatever is going to ensure quorum. Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
If we did not know the names and then we came to a meeting, I think it's highly unlikely that even if we had 4 people that we're going to lose the quorum. And if we did lose the quorum, then it would need to be rescheduled or worked out one way or the other, even if it took a different legal step to make that happen.
Thank you for that addition of information. Does anybody else have any new perspective to bring at this time on this topic? Okay, so there's not total consensus there for items 3 and 4. We're good on 1 and 2, it sounds like. Going on to number 5, data collection moving forward. Dr. Keyser, are we able to grant the request?
Yes, in reviewing, Ms. Beavers and I reviewing the data we already collect, we can add the remaining pieces that were requested so that in our annual report to the board, we will be able to disaggregate with the event, so the incident and the resulting action if it led to an expulsion.
Thank you so much for making that accommodation. Does any board member have any additional discussion or questions on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to item 6, administration providing expulsion recommendations.
Sorry,
Go
Board
ahead,
President, Vice President Levy was trying to get into the
Oh,
chat.
I apologize. No, and thank you for interjecting. Please go right ahead, Vice President Levy. I
I do a lot of
apologize.
things. I was on different screens. With the data, for clarity, just like after John Smith has been expelled, what are you're looking for, like his demographic data and the outcome, or what are we looking for?
It's my understanding demographic data is already collected, but the outcome of the expulsion.
Okay, all right.
So it would be fight recommended for expulsion, expelled for 3 semesters. Fight expelled for 4 semesters. That type of information.
Gotcha. So it's not a problem for us to collect that data for our district as that happens, but I just think that even with that information, it has to be reminded that each case is individual as they come, and so sometimes the comparison of what one student got to the other, they don't really kind of line up. But the collection of the information is necessary to look at who's getting expelled in our district and why, and what are some of the outcomes. But they're different. They're not case to case for every student because the conditions and situations are all different.
Correct.
No, and I think that this is a great thing to talk about. I was just at a conference yesterday, and I guess there's going to be there are some proposed changes in the legislature right now regarding like student non-discrimination, and like this would actually be really useful data for us just to have, even though completely to your point, it's apples to oranges often, you know, case by case. It seems like they're going to be asking for more of a paper trail anyway coming up in 2022. So I think that this is a really great conversation for us to have either way. And, you know, we'll kind of see what meaningful, you know, what we can learn meaningfully from that data, if anything. Would be kind of my unsolicited 2 cents. Are we good on number 5? Does anybody else have any other thoughts or discussion there? Okay, so I'm going to move on then to number 6. And then it looks like Dr. Keyser, could you address the what currently is happening in terms of administration providing expulsion recommendations?
There is an expectation that when there's a recommendation for expulsion, that administration puts forward a recommendation to, in this case, now the board for consideration.
Perfect. Does that address all of our board members' concerns, thoughts, or questions? Go ahead, please, Vice President Levy.
All right, so like in this case of this fight, it might be recommended that the student is expelled to age 21 with no services, or it could be recommended that the student is expelled for 1 semester and then allowed to return afterwards, or that the duration of that, so they could come at different times, but then no matter what that recommendation is, after the board hears the case, the board has the statutory authority to provide a different resolution than what was recommended. So even as I do think it's appropriate that our administration makes a recommendation, and oftentimes what will happen is boards and administrative teams come to a kind of a calibration where they understand the board that they're working with and kind of consistency for the administrative practice with what they have kind of recommended for similar situations, understanding that they're all different, but that's kind of that space in there. And then as board members are hearing cases, you know, there was a fight and one kid got expelled to age 21. There was a fight and one kid was only out for a semester. That those are spaces. Also, that boards sometimes debrief with their district administrator afterwards, kind of what happened, and to kind of get an understanding. So those are just some thoughts about that. So I wouldn't want it to be that people would think that the board is doing something that it shouldn't do if the recommendations are different. And the recommendations, no matter what happens in the disposition, the expulsion order goes to the parent and the child because it is the child's record and their education. It's not an open record that goes to everyone and no one knows their status unless it's disclosed because of FERPA.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and context around that issue. So in terms of how we move forward past this item, it's going to be my recommendation that since it sounds like there is consensus, and I know that Board Member Wong is unable to be with us this evening, so this can certainly change at the 17th at the meeting, but I would recommend that for the August 17th meeting, we have motion language around the items that we have consensus with, item 1, item 2, item 5, and item 6, and that we have a separate motion out for number 3 and a separate motion out for number 4. That would be my recommendation for how to move forward. Does anybody else have any thoughts, context, discussion to add to that, questions to add to that? So then what I'll do is I will work then with Dr. Keyser to craft suggested motion language. It'll go up in board docs when we post the agenda, but of course anybody can make whatever modifications they would need to at the 17th meeting. That gives us the opportunity to have discussion around the items where there isn't current consensus. Does that sound okay? Okay, so at this time then, if there's no other thoughts or discussion on item 4A, I think it would be a good time to move into item 4B, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Dr. Keyser at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Board President Miller. So these next couple discussions are information and future decisions to be made. I handed out, when I saw board members last time, the 2021 WASB resolutions. And Surprisingly or not, September 15th is just around the corner from board meeting standards. So now is the time to think about if any board member or board members are interested in submitting a resolution to the state convention in January. That resolution must be drafted and presented and approved by the board no later than September 15th, because that's when it has to be emailed into WASB. So you have a copy of the WASB resolutions for 2021. Last year we submitted, I believe, 2 resolutions that were accepted. I'll work with Board President Miller to put a agenda item if any board members are interested in putting forward a resolution. It's not a requirement, but it is certainly an option that all board members are afforded each year. Any questions?
I have one. Is everybody aware of how to get there's a resolution template that we have? So I guess what I'm asking is, could we possibly send out that template to anybody who wants to work on drafting any resolution?
I can get that template out to everyone in this week.
Definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then I just saw your question mark. I apologize. Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
So the resolution that we would possibly draft has to be accepted by the full board and then passed on to WASB by when?
No later than September 15th. So we have the month, this month, and then we have the first board meeting in September.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's a great question. And so just to clarify process, like let's say, board member Anderson and I wanted to throw a resolution up for consideration on August 17th. Would you just have people contact the board president, or we just contact you to include that agenda item? Okay, so if anybody wants to go home tonight, drink their Dr. Pepper and crank out some resolutions, just send me an email and then we'll get that added to the, yes, that's what everyone's going to do tonight, right? So we are going to, we can just add that to then any of those agendas. Sounds good. Thanks for clarifying that process. Anybody have any other questions, thoughts, or discussion? All right, then let's move on to item 4C, the state convention. Dr. Keyser, continue, please.
All right, so at the same time, we have the state convention information that's coming out. So the state convention is, and I have to go into my calendar, so I apologize for the brief delay. It is thank you, January 19th through the 21st in Milwaukee. We will get notification here randomly in September that blocks of rooms are open up, but now's the time. If people are interested in going, we typically make a motion to open it up for anyone who wants to go. Let Ms. Shope or Ms. Dooley know by a date certain. At this point, we don't have that date certain, but I do have language in board docs if we would like to make a motion tonight just to have a blanket authorization for anyone who would like to go to the January convention. So I open it up for questions, and if anyone feels inclined to make a motion, the language is there.
Thank you. Does anybody have thoughts or questions at this time, or would anybody like to make a motion?
I move approval for all board members who would like to attend the 2021 Wisconsin Education Convention, January 19th through the 21st in Milwaukee, that this board moves to approve that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. So at this time, Dr. Keyser and I, moving on to the next item here, I don't think there's going to be any other, well, there might be, we might take action on item 4E. So item 4D is just for information. I think it's good practice anytime that the district pays for any of us to attend conferences or workshops that we report back. And so Dr. Keyser was kind enough to put together this slide deck so we could kind of give you some feedback on what we learned last Saturday. And I just want to make everybody aware that Board Member Delgado needs to step off to attend something personal. We'll be back in a few minutes, so just we should be good though. So we'll get her caught up when she gets back. Awesome. So Dr. Keyser, I'm going to let you kind of rock and roll through this, and then I'll just kind of add comments.
Okay, I'll try to do us justice. So the WASB board workshop in Green Bay was held on Saturday the 24th, and it was a one-day conference focused on effective board governance as well as board superintendent evaluations and relations. And it is built upon a book that I have a copy of here if anyone is interested. If the board is interested, I can get copies for all board members. It's called The Governance Core, and it really talks about what a governance system is. And so talking about how the board and the superintendent as a team are built around a common vision with a shared, and they use the term moral imperative, but you'll also see collective commitments used in there. They talk about the 5 themes of governance, and in the workshop, they talked through each of these 5 pieces. That idea of making a commitment to good governance. It's easy to say. The hardest part is not to allow it to collect dust and say, well, we agreed to this, but then holding ourselves to that good governance is where the hard work is. The shared moral imperative is really the work that we have started to do in our board retreats, and really making sure that there is an alignment between the drivers of the individual board members as a board as a whole and the superintendent built within that. And so there are multiple layers. They talk a lot about the research and what highly effective board members and board superintendents do. And it really revolves around this idea of a mindset and building those norms. And so you'll hear in a slide here about norms, protocols, and commitments. And then the last 2 really talk about the coherence and then leadership from the middle, and really talking about that even though we have a hierarchy per se in terms of board, superintendent, and so forth, we're all still leading from the middle, because no matter where you are in a system, there's always going to be someone who has a say into what you're doing above you as well as below you. The idea of coherence, just as their use of the definition, a shared depth of understanding around the nature of the work. So when we say that we have coherence as a board, it's saying that all of us independently ask the same question by the same individual will give roughly the same answer. And this, again, the idea of moral imperative in terms of a collective commitment is those tangible things. What do we agree upon as far as our direction? That's our strategic planning. What do we agree upon for our structures? Those are our norms and protocols. What is that work with myself as the superintendent? And no different than what we expect with our schools around continuous improvement, we need to have that same mindset of continuous improvement.
Can I just jump in really quick? I love that slide. So thanks. I'll look at it on my screen. But I think one of the most exciting things that I got out of the last Saturday's WASB workshop was this concept of the continuous improvement mindset. So as an educator, and I think all of us as professionals, I think that's a mindset that's we find useful for everything. And I just think it is so critical that as a board, we demonstratively incorporate that mindset into how we govern. So I just want to be really clear that we're not asking everybody to agree in uniformity on every decision we make, but there should be some cohesive, yes, this is the nature of our work. We're going to continuously self-evaluate ourselves and ask the district to continuously reassess, because there's always improvements that we can make on the way that we serve children. So I thought that was really cool. And just in building that cohesion, this is all really high level nature of the work, effective communication, not like, oh, we all have to like in uniformity agree with every decision. Because of course, like, I think the other really awesome thing that I heard was that each of us and our own individual and unique perspectives, we are all like strands in the same fabric that become the board. And so it is our differences in perspective and opinion that become that collective fabric. So we're not going to like act in unanimity in everything we do, and that's fine. But just this general cohesion, like, yeah, we are here for the same reason. We all want to continuously improve and have this mindset of like kind of positive and constructive ways to move things forward for our kids. I thought that was like the coolest thing. So sorry, and thank you for letting me interject, but please continue, Dr. Keyser.
No problem. So as we were going through the day, something that jumped out to both Board President Miller and myself independently, but almost at the same time, was this Chapter 6, which is why I worked to scan that in, and Board President Miller shared it. The idea of this culture, this board governance culture, really resonated, because that's really in our retreats what we're trying to achieve is change the culture from one that has developed over past years and change it to the culture that we wanted to do. And so again, using the definition from the book, the idea of culture is the results of the choices that the individuals make around the norms, principles, and protocols. And it is really unpacking what those pieces are. And so I just simply put in below the highly effective board pieces what the definitions of the norms, principles, and protocols from Chapter 6. And after reading that chapter, it really talks about this idea, and it's something that resonates with me, and I've talked a lot about this idea of a coach as someone who is an outsider, neutral party, who has background knowledge of what you're trying to achieve, and then can provide that feedback and that guidance to get us as a group to move in that direction. So they're the person who can ask the questions that cause us to pause and reflect and say, are those norms really principles, or are those protocols really norms? And help us get us to a point where we start to have that self-evaluation cycle be reinforcing. So if you read Good to Great, that's the whole idea of the flywheel and starting things to move forward. And that's where this last slide comes in. And this is a gentleman who, Drew Howick, was a contributor to the superintendent's workshop. He has worked extensively with leadership development in schools as well as in business organizations. I put a little bit of background from him on there. I put a link to his website, and I had Board President Miller meet with him, because I feel like if our goal, and we've kind of talked about our first foyer is really talking about communications and setting the groundwork for those norms, protocols, and principles. Here's an individual that can come in and help us, help listen to our conversations and provide us the feedback and some guidance as to, here's a move that you might want to consider that might make the conversation go in the direction that you want to go. One of the things that we talked about with board engagement is establishing that organizational focus, ensuring that we have operational alignment to that focus, and have that institutional commitment to those outcomes. And this is work that we can do now, just as, and he is fully aware that we are engaged with Battelle for Kids in the strategic planning process, and he said that this is the right time to start this conversation, because it's going to filter right into the work that we'll be doing with the strategic planning process. I don't know, Board President Miller, if you wanted to share anything about your reflections with him. I've talked with him several times in my superintendent's workshop as a regular contributor around strategic planning, board engagement, superintendent leadership, and working with leading teams of leaders. So those are all intersections that I've had with this individual.
No, that's awesome. I want to quickly apologize because in my enthusiasm, I overlooked that Vice President Levy put a question in the chat. So I want to get back to you real quick. I just want to quick insert that, yeah, I was real impressed with Drew. And I would just say my biggest takeaway is from all of this was, you know, we've often heard people make disparaging remarks, right, about our district. And like what moves organizations is our culture. And so I just think it's incumbent upon us to kind of embrace things that are going to build constructive culture that veers away from maybe some problematic things that we've inherited. And really, I think this is a great opportunity, right, in tandem with the strategic plan to own the things that we're doing really, really well, and then like create a culture that leans into those pieces. But please go ahead, Vice President Levy. And again, my apologies.
I'm going to jump in. I think we need to
Yeah.
extend the meeting.
Yes.
Didn't we start at 8:05?
It's quarter after.
Oh, I thought that
I
was almost 1
understand.
of the
You're right.
hours.
No, 2 hours after we start. Correct. We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, but thank you so much for watching that because, again, the enthusiasm, we get a little carried away sometimes, right? Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
Now, it's when you guys were on the continuous improvement slide that I thought about this, and I thought it was a time to actually mention it, and then you can keep it at the governance culture slide there. But I think that what people miss sometimes when you think about school boards or this school board, the School District of Beloit's Board of Education, is that it's made up of the people that are elected. And we have, in our time, most recent history, there's been unfulfilled terms of office. So there's been a break of continuity that's there. So what people miss and what we have in our permanent superintendent now is that this is really capacity building, where as elected leaders, we come together to try to provide the best education that we can for our children. What people miss is that, you know, in teams, there's norming, storming, and forming, this whole process that comes together of how people learn how to work together. And that is actually capacity building. In education, we have experiences as you go from year to year as a professional educator or whatever work you do in education, where your experience is gained by the challenges that you face, and that's how you learn how to do things. And once you go around the mountain once, you're better the next time you go around it, you learn different things. Even as some people might think that this was a bad decision for us to make about how to handle the expulsion hearings, the outcome of the expulsion hearings that I think some people may miss is that as we sit with a new superintendent, as we sit in a space where students are going to be returning to school after a time when they have been out, that it's actually like a reset and a do-over. But in this district, our new superintendent has sat down with our legal counsel. If people are watching this meeting, they have had the opportunity to be educated by our district council about what expulsion is, what the law says, and the experience for a board member or for an administrator who sits as this is part of their job. This is the experience that you take with you as you move forward. And so I would like to thank the board members for their work and dedication, and also as board president for you attending, and Superintendent Kieser, because when we engage, the application is our strategic plan, forward NGL, our budget. That's the application of these works together. And even when I think about our governance meeting, we have been working those things out, our protocol and our process for how we're going to do things together. And I think that's something that should be noted. Sometimes you have to pat yourself on the back because other people are always ready to kick you in the butt. But when we're doing stuff good, it's going to be noted. And I think that's one of the things that we have to understand as elected officials here, that, everyone's going to have an opinion, and we're trying to do the best for kids. And that's what we continue to do. And doing the best for kids is creating a stable environment for the professionals that work with our children. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much for those comments. And I think this is a great, I'm going to piggyback off of that, because one of the things that I was hoping to run by everybody, and will probably come up in governance, is I'm hopeful that we can build in a regular, like a routine kind of board development calendar. So the expectation where it's in the past, we've done like our board of self-evaluation, we talked about it for that meeting, and then we move on. And I'm hopeful that as one of the outcomes of this conference is for us to begin to, as part of changing that mindset, embrace kind of this continuous self-evaluation and just build that into the culture of how we operate, that like kind of professional development, so that we can, really be best equipped, like you said, Vice President Levy, to work as best we can together as a team, and also just to make the best choices that we can for our kids, of course. So I guess I'm going to just kick it back to Dr. Keyser. If you have anything else that you wanted to add here before we move on.
The only thing I wanted to add was that in our conversations with Drew, we've invited him on the 17th to come in. We've given him the materials that we've discussed in the last couple of board retreats. And so, to the point, it is really about engaging in those conversations about what is it that vision setting, what is it that we are trying to achieve, and then being able to say, if that's the goal and this is where we are, now we need to plan that roadmap of how we're going to get from here to there. And so it'll be an opportunity for the board to meet Drew, and it is in part just the opportunity to have that first meet, and then have us have an opportunity to debrief afterwards.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. And I, for one, am looking forward to introducing him to our fabulous board. So in the spirit of patting ourselves on the back. Moving on then, if we can, to item 4E, we have a board vacancy to fill. And so Dr. Keyser was kind enough to go through our policy and fill in the calendar dates here. So just in case you don't have it in front of you, I'm just going to read over kind of the board docs agenda piece here. So the purpose, of course, of this discussion item is to fill the vacancy in the board per policy 133 and policy 133 rule 1. And so the tentative schedule, according to the language in that policy and that policy rule, would be that we have to certainly notice the public about this until August 27th. It's 30, is it 30 days or is it 45? Now I missed my
20 days.
30 days, is that right? From when yeah. Okay. So till about August 27th, there'll be a public notice that there is a board vacancy that anybody, I think in the city limits who's of age can voluntarily fill. The board then receives candidate information for those who apply using that process within 3 days of the close of the notice period. So then candidates need to file a school board applicant's resume and declaration of candidacy. Even though they're not running, they would be appointed. So I just want to clarify, if anybody is interested in filling that position, you have to declare candidacy, but you're not actually running for office at this time. Then once those application materials are received, we would set a special board meeting prior to the regular board meeting on September 7th. So that's going to, I think Dr. Keyser, I'm going to let you speak a little. He had some good ideas about how we can deal with the timing of that special meeting. And then depending on not depending on, we would have applicants, we would conduct interviews, and it's customary that you make a decision that night. Although I do just want to say that in the past, when there were like a very large number of applicants, I know that they did at one point do round 1 and round 2 interviews. So I'm just going to like throw that out into the discussion so that we're aware, but I think it's unlikely that we'd be in that situation, but you never know. So if fewer than 2 applicants apply by August 27th, we can extend the posting up to 2 weeks per policy. So are there any, I'm going to let Dr. Keyser, do you want to add anything to any of that?
No, I think you've touched upon all of the highlights. So the statutory timelines and in respecting the board members and aligning this to the first and the third Tuesdays of the month is the intent here. The idea of the special board meeting, it has to be a special board meeting, and so couching that in between, very similar to what we did tonight with the legislative, the meeting with the legislators, we would determine how many applicants we are, the interviews and so forth, and make our best guess as to when and how much time we would need. We do, I am looking into the policy in terms of ensuring that we don't have to start at 7 o'clock without waiving policy. I believe the way it is actually written, it prevents us from starting before 7, but starting after 7 is perfectly within bounds, so we would not have to go and make a motion to waive policy for that. So we would couch it in between the HR and the regular board meeting.
Thank you very much for filling in those details. So does anybody else have any questions, thoughts, or discussion on how the process is moving forward or should move forward? It's too bad that Monica can't make like a cool, like, hey, come join us video for us, and she's so good at those. But okay, that was just my completely unnecessary comment. So we're gonna move on, I think, since I don't see anything in the chat. All right, I think that closes out where we are. Our board discussion items. Did I miss a question mark? Or no, we're good. Okay, so that brings us then to the consent agenda. Would any board member at this time like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Yes, I just needed to find it. The regular board meeting minutes from Tuesday, July 20th.
Perfect, thank you. So let me just grab so that is item 5G. Oh, is that correct?
It's 5G, but 5G includes the regular board meeting minutes from the 20th and also the expulsion meeting minutes from July 27th. I just need the 20th pulled.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. Is there anybody else that would like to remove anything from the consent agenda at this time? Hearing none, I would like to entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved with the removal of the minutes from 7:20.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda without the meeting minutes from 7:20. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? And I'll just note that for this motion, board members Levy S, Levy A, Anderson, and Miller are present. All right, so moving on then, board member Levy, would you please discuss with us the meeting minutes from 7:20?
Yes, my only concern is under number 5, consent agenda. If you, it's kind of hard to number, about halfway between 5 and 6, where it says action consent board secretary only in reference to policy 526, personnel records. If you go down to that next line, it says recommending that administration move the policy to the employee handbook, and it was just copy. So it's not a removal of the policy, it's just making sure that it's also included in the employee handbook.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Do we need to take formal action on that? And that what we do, right? Because we have to approve the minutes.
Yeah, we would just
So
approve it as,
Yeah.
approve it as amended. And if you jump down 2 more spaces, if we could just keep the language consistent, it says administration duplicate this policy to the employee handbook. That would be perfect.
Wonderful. Great. I would love to entertain a motion to approve the minutes with those amendments.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes from July 20th with the amendments recommended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay. So thank you very much. That concludes our consent agenda and consent agenda items, which brings us to our meeting closing.
Megan?
Just for the
Go ahead.
record, Board Member Anderson was attempting to abstain.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to abstain from that because I wasn't here for that.
My deepest apologies. So then we have 3 people who voted for with one abstention, no objection. Perfect. Okay. So moving right along, sorry I didn't see you there. Let's see. So that concludes everything except for item 7. Is that right? Okay, cool. Thank you for bearing with me tonight. Future board meeting dates. Policy meeting is then tomorrow night, Wednesday, August 4th at 5:30 p.m. Tuesday, August 17th, we have 3 meetings. We have our Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee meeting at 5:30 p.m. We have our Human Resources Committee meeting at 6:30 p.m. and our regular board meeting at 7 p.m. Is there any other business to conduct at this time? All right, then hearing none, I just want to thank everybody, all of our administrators and presenters this evening for everything, and great meeting. Take a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second?
Great, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? All right, have a great night. Thanks, everybody.
You have been removed from the call.